my god. Okay. I got it to fucking work. Oh, that was so irritating. Yeah, we're back. Oh, fuck. I just restarted my computer. You'd think that after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. You would think. So why am I shaking? I guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Come on, gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though, where is she anyway? Is that the pause button? Oh, okay. $27? Hey, you over there. Huh? What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Wahaha! Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she is currently in the prosecutor's lobby. He wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this? It's a lot of slapping sounds. Not to worry, she will definitely be here before the trial. Great. That'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. But there's nothing I can do but wait. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Ah, see? There she is. No need to get all worked up. Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Milan. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castle Town all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. If everything's fine, why do you look so worried? Well, how did the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yes, the investigation. I found tons of, groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what'll happen to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. Probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I'd never. Of course I believe you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. What's that you've got there? Oh, this is just a pictograph of Father I carry around. I just can't believe he's gone. I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. Not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for the trial. Oh, how so? Oh, well, you look so happy together. I can present it to show that you two had a great relationship. You really think so? Oh, well, here you go then. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. But wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, there isn't really much to... The trial is starting! Defendant attorney, please enter the courtroom at once! Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright. Everything will be fine. The prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later, his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. My name is Link. I've been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. I've won my fair share of cases and lost some too, but this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Milan's life, I've got to find out who did this to Talon. Right? Talon? Talon. He was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this. In the name. Okay, court is now in session for the trial of Melon of Lon Lon Ranch. The defense is ready, Your Honor! I sincerely doubt that. Dragmire? What were they thinking, pitting me against some pathetic kid? What gives you the right to... Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. You're one to talk. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? Now, this court is no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems ready as well, let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it. It's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. Also, she could have the ranch to herself. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die. I'm sorry, this is killing me. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you, you greedy little rat? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Objection! Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this. Ha! She committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets. I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. Bah! I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all of the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that? Ganondorf Dragmire. Who made this? Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently, he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the king of evil. I don't know how I read that backwards. Definitely has that look at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? Yeah. Very well. Please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Bring Impa of the Sheikah Force to the stand. Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. Alright, state your name! And whatever it is you pretend to do. You never change, do you, prosecutor? Any possible change would be for the worse. Now, stop wasting time. Name and occupation. Oh, man. Very well. I am Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. True, for now at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking! You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement? I suppose I could do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, detective. The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I have seen the man across Castletown a number of times delivering goods. Quite. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it is operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah Force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her and she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice and succinct. His laugh is distracting. Keep that up and perhaps you will keep your job. Ho ho, I don't think the good detective here has to worry much about that, given she is the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this? Were the other detectives unavailable? Ah, that would be because I have been assigned to this case by order of the King of Hyrule himself. The King himself assigned you. That doesn't happen very often, does it? You are correct, Your Honor. I am not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the King felt it necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Is the death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the King? Well, as I said, Lon Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. I imagine the King wanted the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. Oh fuck. Order! I will have order! The royal Princess Zelda witnessed the crime? Ha! And there you have it. This case This case rides on the princess's own words. To doubt it would be to doubt would be your... Wait, to doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested. The reasons for arrest. It is with regret that I agree with Dragmar. Huh? Oh, I was like, wait, what? What is that button? All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner. Here is what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. That does sound quite compelling. Let's see, can I look at it now? Okay, we got the picture. Deep... Oh, hold on one second. Sorry, I had to take a quick phone call. Don't worry, everything is okay. Okay, let's read this. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. Supposed murder weapon found in Malon's hands, clean of blood. A list of equipment on the ranch. Press A for details. I can't. Is that it? I can't. I can't, like... Okay. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defendant's viciousness. Ooh. At this rate, they're going to paint Malin as some heartless monster. There was one more thing I feel I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments. Of course, business must go on. Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? The shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally. Who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all of the boxes open to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out to only be milk bottles, so we let them through. Very well. Thank you for your thoroughness, Detective. No, I don't think this will be auctioned off. So, what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Ah, great. How does that work? Why is there so much slapping sounds going on? We're just talking. Huh? Could you explain what you're going to be doing? Can't hurt to go over this again. The witness will repeat her testimony. I'll be able to scroll back and forth through individual statements by pressing A and B or with the joystick or D-pad. You'll just repeat it as many times as you want? That's right. I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want more info about something, I could use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question. Oh, okay. Grill them for info. Yep. Since the witness has to come up with an answer on the spot, if they're lying, prompting for more info can make them slip up. Most importantly, though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I could press OR to bring up the court record. The court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? Yes. I can open it at any time if I need to recheck the facts. After choosing the contradicting item, I'll press C up to raise an objection and present my doubts to the court. Oh, and I can not only present evidence but profiles as well. Profiles? The court record contains a list of all the people involved too. I can switch between evidence and profiles with R. If I need to review what's been said recently, I can also press start to see a history of messages. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Is the defense done whispering? Sorry. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just press C right to skip ahead? The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. I'm scared. Bah! A waste of time. I sincerely hope you're not implying that standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmire. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination. I'm so scared. It is with regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. What's up? Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm still figuring this out. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and the worker who has an alibi. Okay, what about that? 3 people, you say? I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you noticed she mentioned an alibi. Indeed, we're pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is his alibi then? You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. Well, the worker Ingo was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning and was busy preparing the shipments after that. Is that so? Surely he could have gotten away from that one really quick little murder. This wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you so crudely put it. He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement too. There was definitely not enough time for that. Unfortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them all into crates, and finally load it all up into a wagon. Usually, I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles. So this Ingo was able to do the work of 2 people on his own? Isn't that a bit odd? Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly, he's a man dedicated to his job. Or perhaps the girl and her father are just very inefficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me, but I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. But she was unconscious. I can't. Malin fainted? Correct. We couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Eventually, we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned. I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh? Ha! Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. In any event. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. And how can you be so sure of this? Look at the autopsy report. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. The saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And, as I've already mentioned, we also looked closely at all other sharp things on the ranch. None had recent blood on them. That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hid the real one. Oh yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw. So, you have nothing? What a waste of time. It's clean of blood. This evidence reveals a clear contradiction in the testimony, Your Honor. I must say, I can't say I see anything clear there. Bah! The only thing that's clear here is your competence. Oh no! I guess I must be on the wrong track. Oh right, I'm not reading out loud, sorry. It sure is, because I've got to poke all the holes I can before the princess gets here. Just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we'd expect a trail of it leading to the scene. I can't. Couldn't the killer have just cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lon Lon Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort. Bah! There wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyway. Likely true. Right, it sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. She sure is. We've known each other for years. Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you. No way! Just give me some time and I'm gonna prove it. Do you see anything wrong yet? Well... Yes, we know that. Okay, Can't I... Do I present this? This evidence reveals a clear contradiction in the testimony, Your Honor. I must say, I can't see anything clear here. Oh no. Here we go again. That the saw is the murder weapon. Shouldn't there be something on it if it was? You're right. You can't make a deep wound like that without your weapon being marked in some way. To show that to the court, I think there are at least 2 statements I could present the saw to. I'm trying! Present! Right? What is happening here? What the fuck? Why can't I do that? Hello? Oh no, I did this again. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Like, I could look at it, but it's not... How do you... I don't know. I'm trying. I'm gonna die. Okay, what about her profile? Oh, we're dead. The defense has failed to establish. Have I tried no you? No, I have not. Well, we're fucked. Yes, we try. Hi. Say hi, Daddy. Oh god, we have to do this again? At least we can fast forward. Oh. The beatings will continue. Yep. His laugh is so distracting. Okay. I could present the saw to. Oh, the statements? So, is it this? Okay, we're on to something. Okay, this seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. The state of the saw is currently in is how you found it at the crime scene? That's correct. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon? Ha! Is that all you have? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Behold! This cloth was found in the defendant's other hand! Okay, well, where was that? As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant... Why is it so zoomed in on his face? The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. If Malin was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Bah! Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene. Ah. Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence. So, what's the story with this cloth? Well, as I was doing a final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know? Right. Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped, and I cut my hand open. Oh goodness, are you okay? Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going into the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence. Ha! A likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah force had to use a fairy on the defendant to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. I do have to give her some credit. She is one cunning woman. She knew that would explain a sudden lack of any wound on her hand. Ho ho! Why yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day I slammed my hand with the gavel and one took the pain off immediately. Great. Glad to know they're used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. I do believe this matter has been settled. I am ready to call my next witness. Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of her? You've served your purpose, Sheikah. Be gone! Fine. But you had best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeons. Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me. Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion. They're glaring daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. Order! Order! I'm sure we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective. I wonder if I should have been able to present the picture first before we talked about the saw. Yeah, why can't I find a fairy before a boss fight? This case has already made me wary with all the pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, to the stand. Is something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Ah, Your Highness. I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. It is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls. Bah! In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Name and occupation. Now! The prosecution will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess. Derogatory? I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure. Oh man. Detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. On this stand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current Princess of Hyrule and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident? Ah, it is simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castle's town's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guard with the finest of horses. Yeah, I don't get it either. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard. Yep. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Why are we still slapping? Father loved to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Ha! Knowing talent, I'm sure he did. How unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the crown's high standards under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust? We are looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch little after 8 a.m. accompanied by my loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch's owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear, and I screamed. I will never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such a horrible violence. I don't trust her either. What? Oh my, you saw the very moment the victim was killed? There you go. Decisive testimony. As there is no need to doubt the princess's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Hey now, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet. You haven't, fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Didn't you just say we should follow all procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defense's right. You complete... I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I have only ever read about court proceedings in the Royal Library. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess. Is that clear? His gavel has his medallion. Which? Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well. What's gotten into the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst. Well, I do have a guess. Ask her if she's free Thursday night. Can't lie under oath. A valid point. Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that this testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance. Before we begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. That would be this, I presume. Why, yes, that is exactly it. What is that? Oh, this is a bottle of perfume that father intended to gift to Her Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king only until about 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so. As fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence. Bah! Desperate to latch on to every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy. No skin off my teeth. In that case, the court accepts this bottle into evidence. Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination. Oh boy, here we go. Insider trading. Yeah. Someone's trying to bribe here. If these guards were with Her Highness, why were they not called as witnesses? We did question the guards, naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything relevant. I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed inside until the Sheikah force arrived. I have read that preserving the scene is vital. Quite correct. I'm sure the guards were absolutely thrilled with this order. Please proceed, witness. Have you conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Highness? No, this is my first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. However, he decided I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that await me, and so I was to do it this time. You will doubtlessly perform admirably as ruler when the time comes. What happened when you got to the ranch house? And what then? Stop interrupting and let her get to the point. Defense! I believe I was clear about not badgering the witness. Drat, I need to calm down. My bad. You paid attention to something like that after seeing a murder princess? Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Plus, that bottle is quite beautiful. It just stood out. You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness? That is correct. That's impossible! You're lying! The defendant will curb her outburst. You're addressing royalty. This is really bad. What now? Accuse Zelda. Okay, what was outside? Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? Yeah, Zelda did it. No, the place looked empty. Although, I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah force started inspecting it. That worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. The the ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. It's quite understandable she wouldn't have seen him until later. Drat, this really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. Should I ask something else? Where were the victim and the defendant at this time? The ranch owner was in front of a little table that is directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. It is as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you can see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue. Let's accuse Zelda! Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it? Accusing the princess? Pathetic. The defense is truly grasping at straws. You fool! You think a child could overpower a grown adult? One who does hard manual labor every day? And besides, why would the princess even want to take the life of a measly ranch owner? And not just any ranch owner, one that the crown had a most successful business relationship with. Idiotic. Simply idiotic. Well, maybe the crown wanted the ranch for them. Has the defense lost their mind? Cease this line of questioning immediately. Perhaps a penalty will disabuse the defense from further unsubstantiated accusations? No, it's fine. No. Then perhaps the defense wants to bid farewell to their head? I hear traitors are dealt with swiftly these days. I extend my most sincere apologies. I don't know what came over me. Nonetheless, I believe a penalty is still very much warranted. Oh god. Well, that was a stupid thing to say. There's definitely something off about her statement, though. Definitely. Definitely did it. Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic? The princess was very brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There was no need to doubt what she saw. Yes, I suppose what she did was admirable. If only we had arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you'd arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked. Ha! So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you, huh? Despicable. That's not what she meant, and you know it! Princess, please go on. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Malin didn't do this. What nonsense! Her heart? What do her organs have to do with anything? Oh, of course. Evidence and Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Evidence and testimony be damned just because we feel the defendant must be innocent. Oh, well, if you're sure, then I declare today's verdict. Have you gone senile, old man? It was a joke, much like the arguments the defense have been presenting. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. You don't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it. To trust authority or your best friend. I'll need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. victim died. Oh, okay. A little after 8 a.m. Maybe I can talk about the picture. You lie, Your Highness, and I have the proof. Could you be any more rude? This is royalty you're speaking to. Didn't we just say that we don't fucking care that there's royalty in here? Didn't we just say that? That we're not gonna be biased? That she's just another person? Did we or did we not say that? I'm so confused. Getting lectured on rudeness by this guy? Well, let's see what it is you're waving around. It's, this. You're rude and wrong, it turns out. The defense will abstain from belligerent failures. Oh god. Okay, well, we tried. Okay, we're onto something. Yeah, that's true. Malin probably couldn't wipe off the blade while the princess was watching. But it's not entirely out of the question. There's something much more damning in this testimony. I shouldn't play all my cards this early. Okay, well, I can't do that. Should we talk about the bottle then? Let's see what happens. This evidence... No. Wait. This evidence reveals a clear contradiction. Oh, nope, he's not gonna... Fuck! You seem pretty outraged by this testimony. Of course, it's completely wrong. Father was already dead when I found him, and the princess got there after me. She just can't be telling the truth. Time and time again, it's the simplest thing that breaks testimonies the most. Okay, well, what the fuck do I do? What? I fed you. Go. Go. This is a lie, though. Oh god, I already did this. This is not easy. So it's something about what she's saying when she saw Malin that's not true. I don't know, maybe the cloth? I don't know, it's not letting me do anything about that. what about... I don't know. Excuse me. A plea deal? No. I didn't think about profiles. Oh no. I messed up again. Fuck! Okay, what about... talking about Impa? What do you think of this statement, Your Honor? What do I think of it? Why do you ask? Well, I have this evidence here. Don't listen to him, Judge. That evidence has nothing to do with what's being discussed. Oh, don't worry, I knew that. Attorneys always seem to ask what I think when they have no idea about what they're talking about. Oh, we're dead. Bye. Bruh. Here we go again. Yep. D. Okay, here we go again. Oops, fuck. I meant to... Oh wait, no, it was the right one. Okay, never mind. What shoes? No. Alright, we're not gonna accuse her this time because I don't want to lose any more hearts. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see. Should we ask about the bottle, maybe? Oh god. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, there's something about this statement, but every single time I bring something up, it doesn't... Shouldn't play on my cards this early? Then what the fuck else do I do? And I can't show the picture either. Okay, well, what about the autopsy? Oh, okay, here we go. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. How dare you question the princess? This is... You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. I think I see why he so desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were there quite a bit early. I see. That makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived. Because the victim was already dead by then! Order! Order! Yes! You've really caught her in a lie! Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect you and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. I have not lied. I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There was no one else who could have done it. I remember all of the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood. You have to believe me. Perhaps it'll be best if Her Highness revises her testimony. That's not good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else, or this case will be over. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. But it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Malin and her father were the only ones at the scenes of the crime, so she must be the culprit. I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination. Naturally, Your Honor. Dragmire still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess's testimony would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. I know, how do you think? How do you think? Why did you do that, Your Highness? There's a life on the line here. I really am sorry. I suppose I got a bit too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really now. Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, the life of a princess is rather boring, you know. This is quite the break from the routine for me. Should just get a hobby then. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven that the defendant did it. Defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell in that last contradiction you found? There's a death mountain's worth of evidence pointing to the defendant. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean anyone else could have done it. I think you're making a death mountain out of a death molehill. How can you be so sure of that, princess? Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? It is obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try to hide the weapon. Yes, I might have not seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my! This seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony. Certainly, Your Honor. Interesting. Dragmire certainly doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? Thinking about it, I might just know why. That doesn't necessarily mean that my client was the one to do it, though. What if someone else snuck in before Malin and the princess arrived? Well, I suppose. Lon Lon Ranch is surrounded by high walls, and the only way in is through a self-locking gate. Not very many people have a key to that gate, just the personnel and the crown. Well, someone could have forced their way in. Bah! If you wish to propose such a possibility, you must substantiate it with evidence. Do you have any proof that another person showed up at the ranch house before the princess? Do I? Yeah, you are right about that. Of course I do. The piece of evidence that shows another person was at the scene of the crime is... I'm so scared. These are the traces of another person on the scene. Ha! Uh-oh, that just shows you have no trace of evidence to go on. Yes, defense, I'm afraid I can't really trace your logic. Well, you see, please try to keep at least a trace amount of credibility. Oh, yeah. Are you sure Malin was the only person there other than the victim? From what I recall, there's an upstairs room at the ranch house. What if someone was hiding there? Don't be stupid, defense. If someone was hiding up there, the Sheikah force would have found them. I stood guard at the door the entire time. No one could have left. What if they jumped out a window? Do not be ridiculous. Those windows are very high up. Actually, those windows can't even be opened. They'd have to break one to leave. Right. plausible than the last testimony she gave. Yes, I suppose it matches the detective's account, doesn't it? Still, I feel like something here sticks out like a sore thumb. Okay, let's try this again. What if they carry a glider in the back pocket and jumped off the roof? Unfortunately, this is not Breath of the Wild. I guess we'll do the cloth? No. That did not work. What? This is a bit trickier than the last cross-examination. Feels to me like we're back to square one. You know, you might be right. Eh? What do you mean? Think back to the first testimony. How did the first contradiction get wiped away? Oh, of course. Both this testimony and what the prosecutor said I did can't be true at the same time. The court can't look past two blatant untruths in a row. Wait, so who lied? Oh god. This is a lot of history. Okay, never mind, I can't see all of that. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna bring up Sheikah, and then if that doesn't work, we'll do the autopsy. Okay, nope, that didn't work. Well, how am I gonna say the blah 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 contradicts the whole... It is difficult, isn't it? I wish I could skip these scenes. Here we go again. Yeah. It is what it is. Okay, so that statement did a lot as well, too. I guess we could try this again. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Okay. So let's console again. Both this testimony and Oh! The prosecutor. Okay, okay, okay. So, I wonder which part of this statement I should say what Ganondorf has to do with this. Nope, that didn't work either. What the fuck? Yes, very much so. Okay, well, I can't object while that's happening. A mistrial, I know. Okay, let's try the autopsy again. Nope, that didn't work either. What the fuck? I'm trying. But this statement right here isn't true. And it's not... Oh, here we go. I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness. What the fuck? Wait a minute. What the fuck? I kept trying to do the saw. Hello? Why is the game gaslighting me? How many times did I try to present the saw and it wasn't fucking letting me? Whatever. I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. It seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged in Talon's body and the crime scene was left intact, then why is it zoomed in? Then it couldn't have been wiped. Well, Prosecutor Dragmire, care to explain? Grah! This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw? Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim. And then wipe the blade clean. That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well. You idiotic girl! Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling? I am sorry. I was just so excited to stand as a witness in court just this once. Whenever I try telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. Just this once, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you all. Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we will have to strike your statements from the court record completely. Yes, I did it! The prosecution lost their key witness. No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Bah! Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy. Even if you're not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found. What? Huh? Evidence? Of course. While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. Sheikah, did you know about this? Of course I did. You did? I'll have your head for this! Order! Order! Oh, I should show you the anime for Ace Attorney. It's really funny. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own. What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. No, thank you. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dragmire on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Okay? However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be at all important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun. This is highly, highly irregular. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Prosecutor? Bah, naturally, I object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it, even without a witness at the scene. I see. Defense? What do we do? If we object to presenting the evidence, then Dragmar loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case, too. So we should agree with the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left. Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far. What do I do? Ooh. That is the question. Because on the one hand, Zelda goes away and stops pestering us with her blah blah blah. But there's evidence, and we don't have a lot to go off of. But also at the same time, is this evidence going to be against us, or is it going to end up helping us at the end? That is the question. Flip a coin? I don't have any coins. We don't carry any cash or anything in Flip gelato? It's not a bad idea. I think I'm gonna get the evidence. I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented. What? While I agree that the situation is irregular, we should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is. I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you. In order to admit this piece of evidence into the courtroom, or court record, the princess's statement that she found it somewhere away from the scene has to be admitted as testimony. Yes, Your Honor, I am well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. Of all the idiotic foolish! Order! Very well then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time, I promise. Whatever, fucking liar. The princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. Alright, here we go again. I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earlier test. Shut up! Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim, who was bleeding out. Yeah, bitch. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. I followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. Yeah, nothing about this is fully accurate. And here it is, the oil bottle I found. Is something wrong? Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Yes, well, of course there is, foolish girl. This has nothing to do with anything. Your great finding is some random fire on a ranch? Please. What next? Are you Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious? Well, The prosecution will calm down. This is bad. Your Honor, despite the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to a cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped. Why must you insist on this charade defense? The princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements. I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence into the case. Ridiculous! Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense. For both your own sake and your clients'. Here we go. There's no need to press the princess on her apology. You already wasted the chance to throw out her testimony. Yes, defense, please get to the point. Yikes. Was there anything else in the room? Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before. The house was rather barren. Most of our things are on the top floor since the downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Ah, of course. Dad's famous cuckoo game. The good old days. Is the defense done reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch on to here. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest and ask me to let them take over, but I held my stance. While commendable in theory, staying in the same room as a dangerous killer isn't very wise. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Sweet, highly up above! That thought did not occur to me. Bah, of course not. Foolish girl. But the guards did stand close by. I would have been safe. Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard. Yes, of course I do. In any case... You didn't just go home? The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Father was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It does not take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castletown to Lon Lon Ranch. I cannot imagine it was more than 20 minutes. That is pretty fast, although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed it up. Slowpokes, I would be there in half that time, running backwards even. That's funny. I suppose it's no surprise, though. Hylian horses are naturally naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steeds. The Gerudo buy horses from our ranch too, you... Just don't bother. He's trying to rile you up. Yes, exactly, big brother. What was the smell like? Oh, it was awful. Really terrible stench. Baha, surely you don't mean to say that you found the smell of horse manure suspicious. Do not be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horses. A fire, huh? Now, let me remind you, Defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morning. Princess, how long would you estimate the fire had been out before you found it? Ah, right. There was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime. So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant. I think he's realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway? It would have had to have been the ranch worker who was putting the milk shipments together at the time. It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about this little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. But without any concrete to pin on him, he'll just be able to brush it off. Right, and she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one to find it, and since I was going to the trial anyway... Utter ridiculousness. Better? Yes, please make this the last thing you do. The last time you do something like this, Your Highness. More? How about that? Proper procedures exist for a reason. Yes, I understand. Defense, I believe that is enough. It doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally, I've said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, this cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more revelations to share with us? No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important. Leave my sight. Enough! Why does Impa have a knife in the courthouse? Anyway, yeah, bitch, you going to jail. Your Highness, if you allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well. Wow, she just gets to go home. Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move this along. The prosecution stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. Never know. Ready to cut a hole? I do believe I am nearly ready to hand down my verdict. But Your Honor, there's nothing that definitively shows that Malin committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father. Ah, that is an excellent point, defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. Bah! I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But, naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call in my third witness. That has to be that ranch worker. Before calling him in, though, the prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare. I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did. Very well. I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. Court is adjourned. My god, this is so intense. It's not going all that well, is it? No, I think that we went about as well as it could have, actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the princess's testimony as untrue. Ugh! I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is what we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in the house. Now, there is no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Dragmire furious, you know. I have? If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. Ah. He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Stop taking that knife out! Please! Come on! Expect him to try to shut you down as fast as he can. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess. Oh, but you do. What do you mean? Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course. The fire? I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant? Don't get me wrong. At present, I am convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. But I am willing to explore every possibility. That fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this. Oh my god. Help me. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he is the only one who could have lit that fire. If he is hiding something, I think the court deserves to know. Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting. You'll have to make it work. As much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Well, thank you. Don't mention it. One last thing. You, ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I am sure she was acting with the best intentions in mind. You know the road to the Dark Realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment, one she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she has thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly. That's right. What is this picture? The mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda! I'm sorry. Oh, God. Hyrule still grieves after the events of that day. And yet, no one knows what exactly happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok, people blaming the royal guard, the Sheikah, and even the king himself. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. The princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distrust some people have of the crown right now, though. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn, and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all of this is why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation. Detective Impa! What is it, soldier? I am quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about a milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address? They're asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple of guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Oh, thank you. That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. Huh? Lost its flavor? But Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh. You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments? Probably. With the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so... Maybe it just isn't fresh? No, I don't think so. Doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipments was misaddressed, didn't he? This was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. I'd better make some notes about this in the court record. Defense! The court is about to reconvene. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once! So it comes down to this. The conclusion's approaching. Time to turn this situation around. In the name... Court is back in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready? Naturally, I have personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. That matter of motive, for, naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating. Very well, please proceed. The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand. This motherfucker. I'd see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. Oh? Yeah, he almost always just wears his work dungarees. It's almost like looking at a different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court and he wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working in it. Quiet, defense. Witness, state your name and occupation. Your Honor, great honorable prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mine Lon Lon Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? Ah, I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders. How long have you been working at the ranch? It'll be several years at this point. Yeah, liar! There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silos single-handedly. Whoa, that's some dedication. Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information. Is that correct? Full of shit. Oh, yes, the ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like a big family. That sounds lovely. That sounds like a red flag that you're gonna be getting loads of unpaid overtime. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they? It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, Honorable Court of Law. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malin. But yeah, what story? You weren't there. I guess we're just getting to the motive part, so... I don't know, let's see. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all of the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. We have evidence. We have the defendant caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. And now we have a motive. How do we know he's telling the truth? Bah! I have, of course, verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castletown Notary Office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. The prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance document into evidence. Mr. Ingo, why would you... You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, ask whatever you'd like. I, the hard-working Ingo, can handle it. Very well, defense. Please begin. All right, here we go. How long ago was this exactly? Yeah, I know. Just wants to throw the hammer down. 3-4 days. I'm not sure of the exact date. Had it been planned for a long time? Talon was getting on in years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later, eh? Malin? He is telling the truth. Father scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago. What do you mean by partly witness? So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet? Wah, of course not. Haven't you heard all the stories making rounds recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. If the girl was up to some chicanery, he would always revert to his decision. That's horrible. I'd never do that. As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I must concur. The younger generation is horrible. Why did he look at me while saying that? Anyway, what that meant was... But why would Malin want to sell the ranch right now? Why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? She'd have it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown. That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. Wah! She's often slacking on the job while I, the hard-working Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Deku nut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. That Talon loved to sleep on the job, too. Ho ho, I do recall quite a funny story about the Lon Lon ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal Coco, apparently. Ah, jeez. Well, there you go. I am the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hard-working Ingo. Link, that's not true at all. I know, but how do I stop this? Definitely some motive. Do you really think that Malin would go that far? I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they? Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her. But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her! That's alright. Well, if Malin didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she'd still inherit the ranch. Moo-ha-ha! That's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Oh? Is this true? Yes, Father's previous inheritance document did work that way. How admirable. I guess familial bonds won over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. Yes, naturally the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time. I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we? Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people are around means more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day. Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he'd change his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to Castletown to change the inheritance back to the original split. What? Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And because of that choice, if the defendant wanted to get the ranch, she had no time to waste that day. Is this true too? Absolutely not! Father wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. What to do about this argument then? I guess add it? There was an argument about the inheritance? That sounds like an important fact to me. The defense requests it be added to the testimony. Very well. Witness, please do so. I'd be happy to, Your Honor. Absolutely. What time? Oh, absolutely? What is wrong with me? About what time did this happen? First thing in the morning, I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work. I had just walked out of the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me. Do you remember any specifics about what was said? Oh yes, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was all like, "I'm really sorry, Malin, but the most important thing to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses." I don't care. What about me, Father? How can you do this to me? Malin, this isn't just about you. It's for the good of the entire kingdom. But what am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life if I'm stuck on this dump of a ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here, and Ingo's always around to help with the chores, too. He's pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo's awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. What a stirring reenactment. I will keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself. There's no way this actually happened, though. Malin would never want to sell the ranch. Well, of course she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust a thing she says. Well, I trust her, but the judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. Do I have anything in the court record that could refute this story? If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Gerudo Desert, there will be no question that the fortress may seize whatever it desires. That's just messed up. No matter. Continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant. No, you hold it. That man gave everything for her. She's gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed. Another gift? Why, yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible. Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable. Was that last statement important? Yes. Your Honor, the defense wishes to add the statement about the perfume to the testimony. Bah! What are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder? I think it's an important detail. The perfume is irrelevant. No, it's not! But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case. Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony. Where did you see this? I think it was just lying around the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malin the day he was killed. Do you mean this witness? Why, yes! That's exactly it! Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent so much money on his salary for me, the hard-working Ingo. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. What's your relationship with this guy anyway? been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it. Not a single one? Talk about dedication. But even so, something is very much off here. Okay, let's look at... Malin will inherit the ranch if she is unable to divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. Well, I guess we could talk about the perfume bottle, maybe. Witness! What is it? Just to confirm, you say that this bottle of perfume was bought for Malin by her father, correct? What else would it be for? I assure you, Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness. Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur? No! Old fart? No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction. But what does the purpose of this bottle change? Yes, defense, I admit, I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important. Earlier in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon brought this perfume bottle in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin? It sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making this visitation. Father quickly rode out into town to get a new gift. This info puts one thing into question. Once again, Her Highness's testimony must be wrong. The princess did mention seeing the perfume bottle in the ranch house. How does that contradict what this witness said at all? It doesn't, does it? Oh god. Defense! I will not have you turning the princess into a scapegoat for every little problem that comes up. Oh fuck. But even so, the fact that the perfume was bought the last minute still causes a big problem. It puts one thing into question. I guess somebody's movements? Someone's movements around the ranch are put into serious doubt. Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting then, defense. Who is this person? Naturally, the person whose movements become... Wait. The person whose movements become suspect is... Oh, fuck. Well, one moment. I gotta go use the restroom. I don't know, you guys. Who do we think? Whose movements? Thank you. Whose movements do we think are suspect? I mean, it's clearly Ingo. That's the most suspicious out of everybody. Gelato, please stop. I fed you today. You already had your foods. I think it's also because of how hot it is. Alright, let's see what happens if we say Ingo. The witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. Ah! Order! Order! The defense raises a very valid point. You simpleton, what is the meaning of this? Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course I didn't. I was working on the silo all day. I remember, I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl is lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day. One's words against another's. Defense? Do you have any way to prove that your version of events is true?
Customization!
Changes!
He's tenderizing the ground!
Of course!
Write that down, write that down!
Gelato, please stop. Ask at the store? Can we find the receipt? When you buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of the purchase. Still might be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it. Father never throws receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume one should be right on top. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt. Your Honor. Yes? What is it, soldier? We have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Very well. Thank you. I shall now read it out loud. There's a lot writing on this. Ahem. From Tingle's Mysterious Smells. What? Tingle's not even in. Oh, Crane of... Okay. Ah, yes. I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric-looking place in the back alley. You couldn't miss the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore. The gall of this. Nobody running a monopoly on Hylian perfume is preposterous. Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand. The nerve of that dunderhead. Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy? Prosecutor. And the balloons! Oh, the balloons! That fool popped one right in my face! Prosecutor Dragmire, enough! Continuing on. Purchased item. 1 bottle of Rosy Rupee Land. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Alright. Oh my! This is quite the price. Why, I would have to... Your Honor, please! The date of the purchase! Ah, yes, right. Date of purchase. Why, it's March 16th! The day of the murder! Ah! Order! Order! Yes! We got him! Whew, I think we're finally getting somewhere. Bah! This still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then. Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on! You think we're gonna believe that? Do you have any proof that he didn't? Well, I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day. Ha! My movements? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. My non-suspicious movements. As we already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was that detective one fine woman. What the fuck? See? I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat. I'll pass. There has to be something wrong in there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly. No, he's talking about Impa. What were you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars? Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water theirs down. Despicable. I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though. Indeed, Talon and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders. We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force's investigation would delay the shipment, that I, the Great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off so quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it. We're definitely gonna have to bring that up. Bah! You Helians, ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk? But you couldn't handle even a sip of the Gerudo's noble pursuit, a real man's drink. A real man's drink? Are most of the Gerudo women? Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he had gotten himself a glass of water. Yes, of course, moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat. You see, I got very thirsty and... You didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling? No, it wouldn't be right. That milk was for the customers, you see? I just didn't want to get into any trouble. A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? Who doesn't? Right. So what did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Still have a lot of work to do, you see? I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there, on the table, plain as day. Moo-ha-ha! Great. What happened after that, witness? And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own? Bah! You don't know the might of the great Ingo. Hut! Hiya! Pow! Wham! I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo, though. There were so many, and all so heavy. It was like a puzzle in there. Anyway, that's not important. The point is... Are you sure? Sure as can be, moo-ha-ha. You never went back in, even after the crime was discovered? Bah! They wouldn't let me in! Preserving the crime scene or some such, I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible. Is what he just said important? I mean... How could he have seen the bottle if they didn't let him in the house? Your Honor, I would like the witness to add this last statement to his testimony. What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Ugh, fine, whatever. Couldn't you have stayed at an inn? Bah, what am I, made of money? Think, boy, I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. Whew, you lawyers always flaunting your wealth. Right, sorry. Not actually sorry, I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. Could you elaborate? She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love? That's not the part I wanted him to elaborate on. Wow, he seems totally smitten with her. Sure does. I wonder how Impa feels about it. Perhaps when this chore of a trial is over, I could... But no, it will have to wait. You thought you could distract me, did you? I, the genius ranch worker Ingo, see through your schemes. He's sticking to that story, huh? Yeah, it was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. It's time to press for more details. He's sure to slip up somewhere. There has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. Okay. So, I wonder if maybe we could talk about this? I've got you now. What? I knew a simple ranch worker couldn't concoct a flawless story. I've just found a gaping hole in it. Link, are you implying ranch workers are stupid? That's not what I meant. On the other hand, certain attorneys definitely are, since what you just presented is entirely meaningless. Oh, fuck. Well, we have to do something about this wrong address. Let's see, can we talk about... We have to talk about the wrong address, but which statement does that fit in? Okay, what if we use the same statement and talk about the milk? What do you think of this? Oh, nope. Fuck. We always have to do this at least once, it seems. Why would Ingo even try to return to the ranch house if he knew there'd been a murder there? Well, I don't imagine he had any other place to sleep. Father let him move in with us when he was hired, so he wouldn't have to spend money on rent. Surely he didn't expect to be able to sleep at an active crime investigation scene, though. Well, it's not just that. All of Mr. Ingo's belongings are at the house. All of them, huh? It would be so easy to prove he went back to the scene if he had just something on him right now that he shouldn't. Maybe I should check his profile to make sure I haven't missed anything. Hey, speaking of profiles, do you remember if you can present those during cross-examinations? Just making sure. Right. Sometimes the best evidence is a person, not a thing. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Thanks. Witness, there's something seriously wrong with your testimony. What? What are you talking about? You say you couldn't get any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you were not allowed to go in? That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all. Ah! The defense has a point! The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work. Well, what do you have to say to that? Ugh. Oh, of course! I can explain. It's simple. These are brand new. Yeah! On my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to a court dressed like a bum. Moo, ho, 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 ho. Yes, defense, certain people have a modicum of respect for the court and showed up dressed appropriately. But he couldn't even afford an inn, though, he said, so how could he afford a new outfit? What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. Of course I am. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Yes, very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Do I accept that explanation? No. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What? Oh, how can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove that the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today or get out. Oh god. Okay. I'm so scared. Oh gosh. Save state? No, 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 it's okay. If we have to go through this again, we'll go through it again. I feel like we're getting close to the end. Can you give him a snack?
Yes.
You're driving me cuckoo. I wonder if maybe we should talk about Malin? Hold on a second. Okay. This proves you couldn't have bought the clothes. I must admit, I don't see the connection here. Bah, because there is none. Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck. Oh, excuse me. I don't see how any of, like, these items have anything to do with it, though. Well, this was the day before the murder. Maybe this picture? I would like to turn the court's attention to this. Ah! Why, this is one lovely pictograph. Ah, it reminds me of the idyllic days I spent with my Oh, hello? What about this pictograph defense? Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This photo's from Malin's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today! Ah! Order! I will have order! Why, the defense is absolutely correct. I hope the witness has a good explanation for this. There. I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. Oh, unless someone weasels out for him. Bah! Isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them to the silo in advance so that he could quickly change just before the royal visitation's arrival. Oh! Oh ho ho! Oh ho 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 ho! Yes, of course I needed to be presentable after all. can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Wait a minute, this is insane! What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo was clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury. Accept it, Judge. There can be no other explanation. The prosecution's explanation does seem plausible. What? However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense! The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternative version of events? This is big. I really need to think this through. Hello? What is happening? Ingo is acting really suspicious right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. What the fuck is happening? Why would he be doing that? Ingo has a wardrobe at the silo. Ingo is the victim. Ingo is the murderer. What the fuck is going on? If it's not Malin, Ingo is the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did if I want to think Malin is innocent. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? Talon's blood got on them. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change into something else to hide his involvement. But then, wouldn't the Sheikah Force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared? They were thrown in a fire. Please don't tell me we're about to make the Triforce. This is so extra! Ingo burned his clothes! That's it! This explains everything! I believe I can offer an alternative explanation. Nonsense! Judge, the defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling. And not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. No! It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood. Preposterous! If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah Force would have found them, and he would be trying someone else for murder right now. Why? You are absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo could have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so he used this to dispose of them. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony. The princess's... that mysterious fire. Surely you jest. You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was. And yet, with this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burned-out fire. Ingo used this lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and then tried to hide it. This is... No! Hold on! What drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon? You already know that's impossible. Oh god, here we go again. Everything you've said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on this poor, innocent Ingo. We use friendship. Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, Defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things for him to do in that time is preposterous. That's right. The great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here, some kind of shortcut. I must find it. All right, here we go. Surely my scenario is more plausible at this point than these panicked attempts to fix your story. What's more plausible isn't for you to decide, Defense. It's the judge that makes the final call, and as long as his alibi stands, I can't imagine him siding with you. Yes, all of the loose ends have been tied up before a decision can be made. Witness, please continue. Could you explain what that alibi is again? With pleasure. At the time of the crime, I was busy preparing that day's shipment of milk. That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them. The shipments were inspected by the Sheikah force as they were leaving the ranch. And, as our resident detective has told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk. That's right. The Sheikah force itself has vouched for me. There's no way I could be the culprit. Oh, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes? It would have taken long enough to definitely make the scheme infeasible. Completing these shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into crates, and load those onto a wagon. I love working with the cows, but that part takes the longest because you only get a little at a time. So, as Mr. Ingo said, the whole thing really does take a while. Father and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival. There you go, Defense. Your own client knows this is the unshakable truth. Okay, so there's no way he could complete the shipments and also do the killing. In that case, there had to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. Don't worry, we'll get there. We gotta get all of our ducks in a row. So you had enough time for breakfast, but not enough to kill someone? Yes, of course. The breakfast was cooking while I kept working, then I just quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue there. In fact, yes, I remember it even burned a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get that glass of water too, you see? Had to wash it down after. What a convenient little explanation. But for all I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on a fire burning blood-soaked clothes. Ew. Continue, witness. We don't want to hear about your culinary adventures. Of course, of course. My point is just what I've been telling you this whole time. The only people who could have done this were you and Malin. And I know Malin well enough to know she couldn't be the culprit. That leaves you as the perpetrator. Yes, by now we all know how much you value your friend. Let me remind you, though, that feelings don't matter at all here. Either show us solid evidence that puts Ingo's alibi into question or concede defeat. Is there any way he could have done the work faster? I'm not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. I could sleep in a little bit longer every day. Yeah, you'd think he would have shared it with you if he knew of one. Just what shortcut did you use, Ingo? Yo, what's up, Dev? Dev the Dev. Okay, we might have to start over. I don't know. That's a great question. Witness! Wah! What is it now? I overheard an intriguing detail during the last recess. Seems the address on one of yesterday's milk shipments wasn't written correctly. You must have been rushing! That's how you did it! Bah! I haven't heard anything about an issue with a shipment address. But I'll play along. Suppose you're right about it. Writing an address only takes a few seconds. Even if it was reduced to a single swift stroke of the pen, it wouldn't have saved much time at all. Certainly not enough to both commit a murder and a cover-up. It wasn't just the address. Ingo must have rushed the entire shipment. By what method? You say he somehow completed the entire shipment more quickly? Then prove it with evidence. Unfortunately for you, defense, I must agree with the good prosecutor. This alone doesn't prove how enough time may have been saved. Don't you have anything else? I thought I had him for sure. But it looks like I'll need something stronger to really pin him down. Alright, let's use the milk bottle now. Ah, but did you though? Did you really complete those shipments properly? Defense, I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles. Oh, I'm sure. It looked that way. What are you getting at, defense? Here you go, Your Honor. Huh? Milk for me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you'd stoop so low. The Crown will be informed of this. Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip. This is highly irregular. But to be honest, I could use a drink. All of this talking does make one throat dry, you know. You've probably talked the least out of everyone here. Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. Water? I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Lon Lon Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy. Bah! Whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this, defense? It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. Ah! It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipments on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Order! Order! I suppose that would work. Indeed, all he had to do was milk fewer of the cows. To save enough time without ruining the taste too much, I guess he used about a 50-50 split of water and milk. This is... No! That... Talon! Let me stop you right there. I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment. But all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker. How dare you! Be quiet, you mongrel! Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it? Well, no. But now we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well. Yet there is a vital element missing still. Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand. Oh, I'm scared. You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been the saw. Wait, what am I doing? You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been the saw. Right? Right? Hello? I don't... And why is that? It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. Do I agree with this? I don't know! Maybe? Okay, we'll agree with that. I believe we're in complete agreement on this point. You do realize the problems that creates for you, right? I'm sure it can all be explained. Huh, as if. But very well, then let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon either. Oh god. Where would this supposed other murder weapon have even come from? Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on site. Ho ho! That's simply impossible. No! We checked all sharp objects on the ranch and searched everyone. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Couldn't Ingo have just... Oh god. Couldn't Ingo have just disposed of it in some way? Ha! That's impossible, you see? Oh no. No items from the ranch's inventory list were missing, and that list is indisputable. Oh my god, I'm getting so nervous. I'm not winning any of these arguments. How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate? Bah! Use your head! There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have double, even triple checked that list when he wrote it. I suppose he would have, but... But... Wait, hold on, there's a but. But... But what? But what? But what about the milk? I don't know. I can't really think of anything else. Okay. Didn't get that one. Alright, let's try again. Oh god, here we go. Okay, so... Saw was the murder weapon. Truly, well, if that's the case, present some proof. Enlighten us on how it could have been in two places at the same time. I really need to think about this. Should we ask Malin? I don't know. No. Okay, well, it's giving me a second chance. This is pretty hard. I don't know, the cloth? Boo. I know, I don't know what evidence to present to him. Maybe the autopsy? No. I don't know, is it stupid to use the saw? No. Okay, so it has to be somebody then. Impa. No, wrong again. Motherfucker. Okay, again. Oh my god, this takes forever. We found, well, Princess Zelda walked in the Lon Lon Ranch and found Talon, Malon's father, Dad, and Malon had the murder weapon in her hand. Oh, don't worry, you still are. After what you said before my stream, you think I'm gonna forget about that? Okay, let's try this again, maybe? No. I don't give a shit what you think of my farts. That's not what was said. Hold objection. Oh god, here we go. Alright, well since the music's going, might as well. Plumber said, I'm so tired right now. My mind keeps spacing out. Need to get myself motivated and not fall asleep for when my guest shows up. And I said, you also better not because I'm streaming soon. And then he said, too bad. Hanging out with a cute young lady whose farts are very nice to smell, unlike yours. I didn't care about the fart part. It was how he said, too bad. I was like, whoa. Wow. Okay. Too bad. Some best friend. Too bad. So I said, oh, I'll remember that. And he laughed. He laughed. He laughed at my pain of breaking my heart. So that's why he's invisible. Anyway, back to the case. You were possessed, okay. I don't know, should we talk about the fire? No. Okay, let's try. Oh wait, no, I did try that last time and it didn't work. What happens if we bring up Talon? Nope, that's not gonna work either. Nah. Guilty. Guilty. Everyone in chat. Chat. Guilty. Guilty. Thank you. Nope, that didn't work either. I don't know. I guess maybe I should let him have that argument. I don't know. Okay, here we go again. We're gonna fucking get it. Okay, we're just gonna let him have this one. Where would this other murder weapon have even come from? Okay, so let's bring up the inventory. Okay, nope. We checked all sharp objects. I guess we'll say wiped it off. Couldn't Ingo have just wiped it off? Blood leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like the Zoras can easily tell by smell. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people for just this task. Also, as Lon Lon Ranch focuses on selling horses and milk, the animals there aren't regularly butchered. So there's no good reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. As such an implement, his nose is just right there. Would have stood out like a sore thumb. Well, I guess it is a good point. I may have to rethink this. Couldn't Ingo have just hidden it? Bah! The kingdom's best investigators are on this case. We found no signs of anything buried on the premises. And even if Ingo skipped part of his work, he still wouldn't have had time to hide anything very far from the ranch. He may be an idiot, but do you really think he would have risked the weapon being found? Now listen here! Silence! Ah! Well, I guess that is a good point. have just disposed of it in some way? Huh, that's impossible, you see. No items from the ranch's inventory list were missing, and that list is indisputable. How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate? Use your head. Oh, we already talked about this. Does Malin have anything to say about it? No. Motherfucker! Come on, Blink! Okay, what about... Impa? No. Fuck. I don't know. Oh, okay, we have a chance here. I guess say something about the inventory itself? It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted. Ho ho! You can't just go around making such general statements, Defense. Point out what exactly the inventory makes... Oh no. I guess it would be the wood saw, right? Because why do we only have one wood saw? And if we have 3 workers, why do we only have 2 brooms? And 2 hammers. Right? Oh no, I don't know which one to pick.
Pesky Plumber 128 asked me, Macho Man, I'm in trouble. I need you to be my attorney and cover my ass. Dark Zelda 92 and her gang are saying her farts don't smell like Febreze vanilla suede with a hint of salt and vinegar lay chips, but they really do. Lime's cry, prove it to them that they really do smell like Febreze vanilla suede with a hint of salt and vinegar lay chips. Oh yeah, brother, you're in a pickle, but fear not. Just like I rise to every occasion, we're gonna lay down the law here. These farts of yours, they got the essence of Febreze vanilla suede. With a hint of salt and vinegar lay chips. And that's a fact. Just bring out the old sniff test and let the aroma do the talking. They can't deny the power of the smell. Oh yeah, we'll show them who's got the real fresh scent around here. Dig it.
I can't. Okay. Okay. Honestly though, I don't... Why would they only have one wood saw? I don't know. This part looks off. The only thing that's off here is your brain. There's nothing suspicious there. I have to concur. Fuck. Okay, so it wasn't that. Think. There was no reason to doubt this list before, but now that I have a suspect in mind... Well, should I try pointing out something else on the inventory list? I mean, I guess we could try one more. I don't know, we didn't talk about any other tools. Why do we have so many buckets? I don't know. Brooms. Okay, so was it me pointing out? Oh, you know what? Let's just point out Ingo. No, motherfucker. How did I trigger it last time? Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. I'm sorry, Malin. I keep failing you. Write stuff down. I know. I like triggered a second conversation to point out the what's it called? Yeah, I remember skipping this. Well, I feel like we have to somehow win every argument. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. Alright, let's okay, moving on. Where would this other murder weapon have even come from? Anywhere Ingo could have gotten a weapon from will do. Where would this have come from? Your ass? Okay. See, was it? Did I do the saw last time? No items from Wrench's inventory list were missing. That list is undisputable. No, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong too. My bad. Okay, so it has to be another piece of evidence. Show us which piece of evidence contradicts the inventory list. Oh, would it be the saw? Oh god. We have one last chance. Huh? What? Oh. Yeah, I probably should. I don't know. I guess the autopsy? No, it's not. Wait, what? What happened? Oh my god, that's crazy. It's the milk. No, it's not. What? Oh my god, that's... Wow. How did that happen? What? It's like so wild how this is happening. What? God fucking damn it. It has to be something. Jesus fucking Christ. Link! Come on. Something has to be useful. Oh my god. Please. Something. Anything. The judge is the real hero of time. Imagine. It's the judge! Nope, that's not working either. Nope. Last one. Okay, none of those are working, unfortunately. Okay, unfortunately, none of those worked. Yeah. I think what we need to do is go through the arguments, and we have to find something that doesn't make sense. I know that Link already said that the inventory list doesn't make sense, but we've got to find something that actually contradicts what he says in his arguments. Because, yeah, we lack the murder weapon. Because it even says a deep irregular wound, right? So, even if we were to... Yeah, no, that doesn't. Let's just get through this one. Checked all sharp objects on the ranch, served everyone. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. But what about the cloth? Oh, no. Okay, well, how do we move on to the next one then? Because this is where we keep getting stuck. No items from the ranch's inventory. His name? What do you mean his name? Ingo? Oh, I see what you're saying. Or would it be the date? It would be the date, right? Because if you think about it, this happened on the 16th. Nope, that was wrong. Okay, the name. Just look here. The one who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the counts as part of his plan. That doesn't matter. Nothing could have left the ranch. Wouldn't Ingo have been able to just throw the item out over the fence? Bah, obviously we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere. This is the most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave? Nothing could have left the ranch. But it did. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk? Preposterous! Have you forgotten that said shipments have been checked by the Sheikah force before they were allowed to leave? That's true, but there was a place the Sheikah could have overlooked. What in Din's name are you babbling about? We're talking about bog standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon? It's simple. They overlooked... I guess we could save state here. It's the crate themselves. The killer used a big chunk of wood to kill the victim, then nailed it to the crates to conceal it. No, the weapon was definitely metal. No stray bit of lumber could create a wound like that. Plus, if the weapon was wooden, he would have just burned it together with his clothes to ensure we'd never find it. Ah, right. There is one place inside the crates that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments. Without ruining the shipments? Ugh! That's right! Ingo! Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search! That does seem plausible. Now wait just a moment! A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed. Someone would have reported it. Yeah? How can you be so sure? Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments have most certainly been completely used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure. Choked on it even if they took too large a swig. It would be a huge scandal. Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. It was brought back. Motherfucker! Oh! You would be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. No! Indeed, if you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. Now, that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he did. He didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell. I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately! Oh! Yes, guards! This is slander! Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead? Yeah. The motive? That's simple. Why, I'm surprised you're even asking about it. This evidence easily explains your motive. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the testator's death, his daughter, Malin of Lonlon Ranch, will inherit the ranch. Unless she is able to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. Ah! What? You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only possible culprit. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No! 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 What are you talking about? Talon signing the ranch over to me? Preposterous! Did he really not know? I guess it was Dragmar who procured the actual document, not him. Your Honor! What is it, soldier? The box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. What? What? Oh. Stupid. Okay, apparently the team at the ranch... Oh, also, hi, Ice! Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something awry with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver our message. Well, 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 let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is... Oh my god, I see something! Here it is! From the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this? I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way! No matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right! Grrr. Oh, I've had it. Fine, fine. You want to know why? You want to know why I really killed that scumbag? No! No, what are you? So you admit it? Yes! Yes, I admit it! What would you do if one day, after years of backbreaking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish without any reason? Fired! Farewell! We don't need you anymore! What? But that doesn't make any sense. Ho ho! Don't lie! I heard it all! I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work! And lo and behold, what's this? Malin and Talon are talking behind my back! I heard it all! We'll let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. Ah! You should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin! I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserved it. Order! Wait, what order? Everyone's quiet! The witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away! Wait, just a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl. Want to apologize for what you've done? Apologize? Me? You're horrible! We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? We've had so much work recently. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry somewhat about old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish he'd take a step back and relax sometime. Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation. Waha! Now, there's an idea. It'd do him good to just get out for a while. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. That's... You were planning what? A vacation for me? And I did... No! No, it can't be so! Please say it isn't so! Oh, shit! Hello? What is happening? Oh! The Cocos are attacking! What the fuck? We have witnessed today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable. Talon was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at his ranch, but all across Hyrule. The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him! An utter idiot dressed like a clown! Jeez, he's really laying it in him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. The prosecution's rant aside, I think it is time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young miss, I am very sorry for the situation you have found yourself in. I am very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Aw, thanks. Now then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Malin of Lon Lon Ranch not guilty. In the name, court is adjourned, of justice. We did it. I suppose so. I guess Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? I don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. Really, though, you shouldn't think about that for now. You're free. It's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. I'm sorry, the fucking hat. Like, the outfit is fine, but the hat. My god. Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really. So, thank you. Now, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Huh? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. What strings did Impa have to pull to get her here? But I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There is no need to bow. Not after what I have done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury's, pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. Yo, what's up, Hopi? As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. Yes, there are some things you should... There's the knife! There are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. She's literally threatening Zelda. Yes, you should think about things twice. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over here finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about. What? The oil? Right? Wait, hang on. Wait, what am I... What? The bottle. Well, it's true. Without this and without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. And really, Impa, please put it away. Impa just stepped on my foot. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Malin isn't too upset. Well, sure. Tenhut! We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. Just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now then, listen to me. I know that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn and take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. What? Is the king going to scold her? At the very least. Now then, my duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I will be able to rely on you in future court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell. Uh-oh. Ah! I don't know why that actually scared me. You. Hello. Nice day we're having, isn't it? Tell me now. Where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies. Dramatic much? He looks about ready to burst from anger. Don't be such a sore loser. You lost. Deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad? Yes, I suppose there is some worth in that. What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them. I suppose there is some truth to what he's saying. Speaking of the detective, it appears she has fled from me like a cocoa on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations! Well, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too. I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. That's the spirit. I believe in you. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. Felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Malin continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day. Ooh, ooh. Yay! We did it! Wow, that was surprisingly a lot of fun. Now I want to get the Ace Attorney games. I think they're on Game Pass. Let me check. Game Pass. PC games. It does not look like it. Let me check Steam. How much are they on Steam? Oh, did you? They sure did. Ace Attorney. Wow, there's a lot. Ooh. I could get the Ace Attorney trilogy for $10. Wait, what's this? Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. $30. Wow, how much does it come with? Oh, it's just 2 games? Well, I would rather get the trilogy for $10. Add to my wish list. Yep, already done. Oh, look at us at the graveyard. So sad. The end. Well, what'd you guys think? I had a great fucking time. I don't know about you. Really? Well, that's cool. You'll have to show me. I'm glad you liked it. Even though you were late. I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, that is going to be it for today. So I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves and have a good night. And we will raid MIT Battery. One of Millie's friends playing Pokemon Sapphire. Looks like they're doing a randomizer for their first time. Day 4, first playthrough. So, if you guys would please be so kind to stay for just a second so that they could get the love and support, I would appreciate it. Until then, we will be back tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. I'm gonna have to figure that out, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Okay, anyways, have a great night. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye!
Moves to be
be stronger, you put your fire moves or stronger item on it. You don't have a whole series of gear that you need to worry about. You don't need to go hunt down various items all over the place to make your character, like, actually usable. Like, there's so many things. I don't like the management, the party management aspect. And you know what I do in every Pokemon game that I normally play? I play an all-grass team. I don't have a managed party whatsoever.
It's so funny because I also cosplay a grass trainer, Bulbasaur being my favorite Pokemon and Scyther being a close second, which I think is an honorary grass Pokemon for some reason. And then also like Venusaur